rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Madam Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KAC BC 2020-04, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Pieter Shala.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Firstly, I will ask everybody present to indicate who is here.
Good morning, Your Honors. For the SPO, we have Line Pedersen, Case Manager, Tim Cebu, Legal Intern, and Filippo De Minicis, Eva Wheeler, and myself, Gaia Pergolo, Associate Prosecutors.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Simon Laws and I appear for the victims in this case together with my co-counsel Maria Radziowska.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much and good morning. I'm Mr. Jelisin, the lead counsel. We are here with Mr. Shala, who is in the detention center by video link. Here. We are with Mr. Ewi Diawini and Ms. Leto Cariolo, the co-counsel of Mr. Shala, Ms. Janeta Petrovica, the case manager, Juliet Healy, Judith Colby, Francisca De Castro, who are review assistant, Ms. Camille Gosson, an intern, and Ms. Julia Temshi, intern and translator. This is the same team than before during the other hearings. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Counsel. For the record, I state that Mr. Shala, I confirm that Mr. Shala is following the proceedings via video link. We will give an oral order in this regard. The panel has taken note of the accused's wish to follow the proceedings via video link. That was communicated to us yesterday afternoon at 9 minutes after 6 via email. We will authorize Mr. Shala to attend today's hearings and, if he so wishes, any hearing for the remainder of the trial proceedings remotely from the Specialist Chambers detention facilities. The panel incorporates by reference its reasons provided yesterday. I refer to the draft transcript, page 765, line 16, to page 767, line 16. And I recall in particular that participation through video link does not prejudice Mr. Shala. He will be able to follow the proceedings and communicate with counsel who will be present in the courtroom. And we consider that this mode of participation will facilitate the fair, efficient and expeditious conduct of the proceedings. And the panel orders the defense to inform the SPO, Victims' Counsel, the registry and the panel via email whether Mr. Shala intends to participate 1 day before, in order to make all the necessary organizations, if he will be participating via video link or if he will be coming to the courtroom. And if that is on a Sunday, also then you communicate it on Sunday for the next day. The above is without prejudice to the panel's power to order Mr. Shala to attend the hearings where the panel considers this physically presence necessary or when the rules impose such a presence. And this concludes the oral order of the panel. Very well, we will continue with the examination of witness 6 by Victims' Counsel. We had to interrupt yesterday afternoon.
Mrs. President, I would like to say something about that. It's not a comment of your decision, of course. But I think it's very important to try to to explain what's happened with Mr. Shala, because I saw him yesterday evening in the detention center. And yesterday when we saw him, Mrs. Kariolu, Mr. Edi Awini and myself, here in the underground, it was very painful to speak with him. And indeed, yesterday we lost Mr. Shala from the hearing. I want to say that the judicial system lost Mr. Shala. The will of Mr. Shala is to be present, and he was present. And the will of Mr. Shala is to be present during the hearing. But he explained me, and I'm very sensible, because it's a sensitive question. He explained me the reason why. He considered right or wrong. That's important, I think so, because I think we have, all of us, we are all professionals, and all of us has to think about that. He explained me that he had the feeling, I repeat, right or wrong, that it was very painful to see that a lot of things are said not in public. He is aware, I can guarantee to you, he is fully aware about the necessity to enforce all the protective measures, of course, and to be fair with the witness. It's not the point. But his feeling was really enforced because he had contact with his former partners in Belgium, his former partner, and with some friends. And all these people explained to him that it's impossible to continue to follow the hearing. It's impossible to understand. This is a so cutting hearing, and for the public it's impossible to understand it. I don't know if it is true, but it is an information that's, in my opinion, very interesting and instructive. All of us are learned with the will to protect the witness. It's a condition to have a fair trial, and we have to be fair with the witness. But Mr. Shala, who is, we have to remember that with a cardiac one, he made two cardiac crises in his life, two severe cardiac crises, really was so nervous because he had the feeling after this contact that it was really impossible to have a sufficient public hearing or trial. He explained a lot of things, and really, Mr. Shala, it's not an idiot, it's a clever person. And I can say that I wasn't struck by his way to explain the things he felt with the hearings. It's not a question to criticize or something like that. We are not in. No, that's more interesting than this. Because I took a look after the discussion with Mr. Shala during the evening. I had a special authorization to see him in the jail because it was out of the hours, the usual hours. And I took a look yesterday to the transcription. And indeed, I think Mr. Shala is right. We do have a problem. When we see, but of course, it's not, I repeat, it's very respectfully I want to say that, but it's a real warning we lost Mr. Shala. I repeat, his will is to be present. He was not withdrawal because he was afraid of the witness or something like that. No, he didn't support the witness. No, it's not the question. He was really very ill. We can ask to Mr. Awini and Mr. Kariolu yesterday. When we saw him, it was very difficult to discuss with him because he really had a problem, a physical problem. And I submit, very respectfully submit to you that we have to think about that. Really, I asked to some people I know in Belgium who try to follow the case, and they told me almost the same. Almost, because they are not the accused, of course.
Defense Counsel, thank you for your remarks in this respect. I saw Madam Prosecutor standing. Is that related to this topic or something else?
No, Your Honors, I had another point, but of course, maybe just briefly in this, of course, we are very sensitive to the issue of publicity of proceedings, and we have endeavored so far to do our best to do the questioning of the witnesses in public. We understand, of course, that this has not entirely been possible, probably to the satisfaction of everyone, and we'll try to do our best going forward. But of course, we are also minded to be guided in this regard by the panel. And then I can raise my other issue later.
No, I would like to finalize, to proceed with that after we have finalized this topic. Victims' Counsel, is there anything you would like to raise in this respect?
Just this. The court is obviously seeking to strike a balance between the competing interests of a fair trial and the security of the witnesses. And that's something which is never going to be possible to do to everybody's satisfaction. But the absolute priority must be, in our submission, the security and safety of those who come to testify here. And if that means that private sessions have to be used, then private sessions have to be used. And that's, I'm afraid, a product of the reality of Kosovo at the moment. And that is a topic which has been amply rehearsed by different judges and even witnesses at this court. So that's what we want to say about it.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. Defense Counsel, you have said what you have to, without repeating. Is there something you would like to say in reply to...
Of course, don't mind. And thank you very much, really thank you very much to provide me the floor in response. We must be aware, sometime, a hearing, a trial is a very delicate thing. But a fair trial, it's more delicate, as you know perfectly well. You know it better than me. I don't try to teach anyone here. We know that. And we can say all along the day, oh, take care with, we have to be cautious and so on. There are some limits. A trial, to be a fair trial, must be public, please. The priority is the publicity. It's a guarantee for a trial. But of course, we have to be very careful with the security, and particularly with all the information about identified information about the witnesses and the security of witnesses. But on the contrary, I respectfully submit, but strongly submit, publicity is a guarantee for the trial itself. And my difference from the legal representation of victims is right. It's a very important thing. But this is the balance we have to make. And we know perfectly well, my honors, it's very delicate for you. Of course, it's a delicate business. And it's very delicate for us, the parties, the participants in the process. But we don't have to forget that the principle is publicity, I think so. But I'm sure you know.
I wanted to give you the floor to react, but your point is completely clear to me. So, okay.
I'm sorry, because the microphone was not open, and that's all. That's really all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. It's an important issue to discuss, and also yesterday and the day before yesterday it has been one of our main priorities to have as much as possible in public. And we have to strike as a panel the balance between the accused rights, this important right of publicity of proceedings, and on the other hand, as was pointed out, the security and the protection of the witnesses. And I think that we are doing at the moment as much as possible to have the part of the proceedings we can in public. I have instructed the parties and Victims' Council to give it a thought every time you ask a question, if it can be done in public or in private. I recall that on the first day we have been trying to do a lot in public, and we had a large amount of redactions in this respect. And I also want to recall that a part of the cross-examination was done in private. So that was also a choice. And that's also one of the reasons that on Tuesday, I asked everybody present to be very careful in choosing which questions to do in private or public. So I think that is the way we should proceed, bearing in mind all the different interests that are here at stake. And I express again that in our view, and also based on the law, the presence of Mr. Shala in this courtroom is what we prefer. And I would say to the defense that you rediscuss with Mr. Shala this choice, although he can at a distance participate in the same way as he could participate here. A question in this respect is if this is the way to solve this different balance we try to strike by not being here. That's something I give back to you. But we all do our utmost to do as much as possible in public, and there is. We as a panel, we will try to give as much guidance in this respect. And for the parties and Victims' Council, it's also a responsibility on you to assess if it's possible or not. And then not only thinking of publicity, but also thinking of the security of the witnesses. That's where we are. It's a challenge in this process, which we will try to deal with as good as we can. Good. Having said this, there's one note. Yes, if we realize that part of the transcripts that are done in private can be reclassified, we will bring them into, reclassify them and bring them into public. That's an exercise that we have been doing also in another case. And so we do our utmost to bring as much as possible to the public. Having said this, we will proceed now with the witness 6. It's the turn for Victims' Council. Madame Kort. Sure. Oh, oh yes, there was another point. Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jonas. Just very briefly, this is something regarding the panel's first oral order that was issued yesterday during the hearing, and I think it references a provisional transcript pages 733 and 734. So the panel granted the defense's request for an extension of time to file the responses to the motions for filings 463 and 465. The deadline currently set in the decision on the conduct of proceedings for the SPO replies to those responses is 13 April currently and has not been varied by the panel. So the SPO would kindly request a similar extension of time for our replies that takes into account the extension that was granted to the defense for these responses. That was it. That's all.
That is granted
Thank you.
as now.
Thank you very much, Your Honors.
The intention was that we follow what is said in Rule 76. So for everybody, everything changes according to the extension given to the defense. That was the idea of the panel.
Thanks for the clarification.
Very well. Madame Courteusche, could you bring the witness in? Thank you. And for planning reasons, we will adhere to the schedule of yesterday. So we will be working now till 11, and then 11:31, and then 1 hour break, and then from 2 till 4. Yes? Welcome. Welcome, Madam Witness. Can you hear me?
Yes. Glad to see you again, Your Honor, presiding judge.
Get some rest, Madam Witness.
Yes, I'm very well.
We will now continue with the examination by Victims' Counsel, where we left it yesterday afternoon. And then we will continue with the cross-examination by the Defense Counsel. Yes? Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
I understand.
I give the floor now to Victims' Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honour. And good morning, Madam Witness.
Good morning to you.
Broke off yesterday. I was about to ask you some questions about your husband's character, all right?
My husband, as much as I can assess as a spouse and our entire family, was a man who upheld all human values and that a human being has. He was a decent husband and a good father.
What was his attitude to the law and to following the law?
He took the appropriate position, respected the law, and never did anything unlawful. He would never take such actions.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to ask you some questions about the effects of what had happened on your husband, But I'm going to ask you some questions. So just to explain, that's what's going to be discussed next, all right?
Understood.
To go over what you told us about the physical effects on him. I think we have that sufficiently covered.
All right.
But I do want to ask you some more questions about the emotional effects on him. And I'm going to do that in just a moment. All right?
He took tranquilizers for 5 to 6 years. After his health improved slightly, he regained some weight and he felt better day by day, relaxed better, but again with the help of the medication.
You mentioned yesterday, and it's page 825 in the transcript, line 1 to 2, you mentioned that he suffered from nightmares after he was released from the metal factory. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And if you don't mind sharing with us, Madam Witness, that the nightmares were about what?
From what we could understand, and as he understood them himself, came all as a consequence of the tortures he was subjected to by the persons we mentioned earlier at the metal factory. During the night, as soon as he would wake up, his first reaction would be, "Where am I?" He would call for his sons, "Have them come here, all of them, I want to see them." I would reply, "We are home, we are in the room. Our sons are working, they cannot be here." We were all there, myself and my daughter. So, during the words he uttered, when he would throw his hands in the air, move his legs uncontrollably because of the trauma he had been through. He would ask, "Where are we?" I would reply, "We are home, we are in our room, in our house." And this went on for several years, these emotions.
Thank you. Were there any other changes to the way that he would sleep at night?
Can you please repeat the question once more?
Yes. Did anything else change about the way that he would sleep at night after he was released from the metal factory?
Sometimes, based on his attitude, his behavior, and what we heard, he would scream. He would do this, "Oh," and we would ask him, "Why are you doing that? Nobody's touching you." And then he would cry, and without knowing what else to say to us.
Would he spend the whole night in bed, or would he ever leave his bed?
When he had these bad dreams, he would step out of bed. He would stand up, he would sit down again, but we always stood beside him. We would ask him, "Where do you need to go? What else do you need? Do you want to be somewhere else?" He would say no. He would just say, "I just need to stand up."
My next question is this. How did what had happened to your husband affect your life as his wife?
This affected us greatly, creating extraordinarily difficult moments. so many such difficult moments that I cannot even count them. Each one of them had a harder impact, tougher impact on me and my entire family. So this impacted us emotionally, psychologically. Our health was impacted and everything.
Thank you. After the war, could you tell us how the family was perceived by others in your community?
People around us perceived as, are you referring to the incident that occurred or to the person? I also have a question for the assistant to the victims. Can I ask this question?
I'm in the court's hands. I don't know what the question is, but I'm perfectly happy to be asked it if Your Honours allow.
Madam Witness, you can ask the question and we can see, we take it from there, yes?
All right. Is your question how my husband was treated or how people talked about him, or are you referring to the incident that happened to us?
Was about how people perceived the family after the war, after what had happened to your husband, and by that I mean what you understand people in your community thought about the family, what they were saying about the family. Does that make it clearer, Madam Witness?
Yes, yes. People only spoke well. They appreciated us just as they did before the war. We were well spoken of from the entire community where we lived and where we stayed, be that my family, my husband, my children. Good words and respect for every one of us.
Did your daughters continue in their schooling after the war?
No. They were not in a position to continue schooling because of safety reasons. Because at that moment we were now kind of watched. The case had been reported to the justice authorities, institutions. Acting at that time, namely ULEX, and we were not safe at that time. As a result, my daughters interrupted schooling because of safety reasons. A lot of incidents were happening. Immoral actions were committed, and as a result, we decided to interrupt our daughter's schooling.
It's a topic that I want you to help us all to understand. how does being a victim of the crimes that happened to your husband, how does being a victim of those crimes or being in his family, how does that make you unsafe?
We felt unsafe. We didn't know what could possibly happen to us every day. Despite the fact that certain individuals, those individuals had committed crimes, criminal offenses, we still expected from them, and even other worse things committed by them to us. But this was in respect to specific persons, not everybody, or I'm not referring to case holders in general, but these persons in particular who had committed criminal acts and who were able to commit again every day.
Thank you very much. Finally, Madam Witness, I think it's right that there's a photograph of you and your husband that you have provided that you would wish to share with the judges. Is that right?
Yes.
Item 7 on our presentation queue. I should emphasize that this is not to be broadcasted.
Madam Court Officer, please load the evidence.
And its ERN is V04030001. Madam Witness, who's in the photograph that's now on your screen?
In this photograph, you can see my husband and myself when we were just engaged. And this was taken in 1973.
Thank you very much, Madam Witness. I have no other questions.
Thank you to you too.
That photograph becomes an exhibit.
Madam Court Officer, could you proceed with allocating a number to this exhibit?
Your Honors, that would receive exhibit number V1.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Thank you. Victims' Counsel. No, I said thank you, Victims' Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Madam Witness, we will now turn to the defense for its cross-examination. Defense Counsel, before I give you the floor, the panel will give an oral order. Yeah. We have taken note of the defense request to use during its examination of this witness and also witness 7 and witness 9. Item ERN DPS 00065, DPS 00068. This is the email you sent to us on the 27th of March at 1843. We have already seen this item on Monday, and it has been extensively discussed during the question of witness 08. and we authorized to use it also for this witness and the other two witnesses. I give you the floor, and you have, in principle, the same time as was given to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, and that's a little bit less, a little bit more than 2 hours. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam the Witness. Madam Witness. As you know,
Good morning to you too.
I'm the defense counsel of Mr. Shala. But don't be afraid. There is no.
I understand.
There is no trick question or no trap. Really, we need, as the victim counsel explained, we need you to try to understand altogether some elements to not commit a mistake, okay? This is the only purpose of the thing. So, my first question is,
Understood.
so my first question, I think it's public, Mr. President. Yesterday, Madam Witness, you told that Mr. Peter Shala, it is Mr. Peter Shala himself, who told your husband that he came to your house in May 98. So my question refer to the transcript, page 83, 84, line 17.6, and transcript page 84, line 15 to 23. So, my question is very simple. Did you confirm that it is your Mr. Shala that informed your husband he was there during this famous visit in May 98?
Defense counsel, could you be more specific with regard to which visit?
I'm sorry for the delay.
Please take your time. We just want to have it all organized here.
It seems, I'm sorry, we have a problem, Mrs. President. I'm sorry, I don't know what exactly why, but we do have a problem to find it.
Can it not be page 14 or 15? Because the page we are shown is on page 13 of the English version.
Your Honour,
Madam
perhaps,
Prosecutor, you have the floor.
yes, perhaps I can assist defense counsel with the reference to the Albanian. If I understand correctly, that what counsel is looking at is ERN 105370, part 1, page 15, lines 16 to 19. So then the Albanian would be page 18, lines 2 to 4, I believe.
No, that cannot be.
It seemed to be correct. Yeah, we look at, and it seemed to be correct. I'm sorry for this delicate moment. So with your leave, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Yeah. Madam Witness, you state at this moment in your meeting with the investigators, we have learned we have heard from our neighbors that the person that was carrying the trombone, that rocket-propelled grenade, they wanted to hit our house. That was Peter Shala, also called or knew as Uke. Do you remember stating this to the SPO, Madam Witness?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Did you find out, the neighbors, that Shala was the person holding the grenade launcher?
My husband learned about this. However, he did not mention the name, who he learned it from. He didn't give us the name of the person who told him this.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very clear. Thank you. And it was your husband who learned from them. It was Peter Shala, who held the launcher in 1999, in May 1999. When was this information came to your husband?
Yes, it's 1998.
1998. Thank you very much. The question is to try to understand one.
He learned this immediately in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of this incident, a week or two later. He inquired, he wanted to know who was that person. Since we didn't know the other persons, we only recognized the two persons who came into the courtyard. We didn't recognize or know the others. My husband was told by one or two persons that that person in question was Peter Shala. However, we don't know who these persons were, meaning those who told my husband this information. This was then verified again when Peter Shala himself told him in the prison in Kukus, at the metal factory in Kukus. It was then that he understood this even better and more precisely.
Thank you very much. It's very clear, Madam Witness. What we would like to understand is the process of the knowledge of the name or the nickname. Did you first learn a nickname like Ushku, Yushki or something else, Uke, or directly the name of Shala or Peter Shala?
Based on what our husband told us, it was first the name and then the pseudonym, based on what the people who conveyed this information to my husband. This is what my husband told us.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very helpful for us and for us all. Thank you very much. So my second question, my second topic is this. Did you know that your husband gave an interview to the SPO?
Yes, he told me about this. He told me that he gave a statement. He was interested, contacted by the International Court. It was before the authorities of this court that he told about all the statements and the incidents.
Thank you. I would like to refer to the statement of your husband and ask the court officer to pull for our screen 082892 TR ITAT, Part 1, Red 3, Part 1, Red 3, page 36, lines 15 to 17. And I will try to obtain the information for the Albanian document.
I propose that you proceed, Defense Counsel, and as soon as the information is available, the case manager shares it with us, and then for the upcoming days and upcoming weeks, we try to prepare that in advance so we don't lose time. It's a kind of courtesy to have both text. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your understanding. I think it's the best way to try to proceed without lose some time. So, your husband said, and I read, my wife tells me that Commander Yuki and his son were in front. So my question is very simple. Do you tell your husband that Commander Yuki and his son were in the front of your house or in the front of your property?
No. What I told to my husband was that Hamis Ibrahimi and Nasser Ibrahimi entered into our courtyard. We knew Hamis, however, we didn't know Nasser Ibrahimi. That was the first time on the day of the incident that I saw him. No, unless somebody else had told him this. I don't know.
And did your husband tell you such an information about Commander Yuki and his son?
Yes, he did tell this to us. When they heard what these people told him, he explained to us family members as well that Commander Peter Shala with the grenade launcher was there and wanted to hit a house. However, he also admitted to this himself in Kukas. My husband told us what he learned from other people and then shared this information with us, the family members, meaning that Peter Shala was there.
And my question is very clear, and thank you to be very precise. And he had with his son, it was the information he received.
Who?
Your husband provided you with the information you told us about, but is it...
Yes.
With the Commander Yuki and his son. This is the question of the son, the presence of a so-called son.
Madam Witness, could you take your headphones off? Just to be clear, Defense Counsel, the question to Madam Witness is, to understand, if I understood it right, did your husband tell you about the presence of the son of Commander Uki?
Yeah, it is both. Of course, the son. This is really the purpose of the question.
Yeah, definitely. The first part is already discussed.
Yeah,
but now you want to know about the son.
But
so I would really focus the question.
Yeah.
Did your husband tell you that the son of Commander Uki was present? And I think then it's...
There is both elements. I think so, to be fair with the witness. it's a commander Yuki and his son. So we have both elements, both identifying element,
Okay.
I think so.
In a question, it's better to ask one question. So you first, if I may, we first deal with the commander, you get an answer on that, and then you proceed, and together with the commander was also the son, so then we get a precise answer. Because I had the impression that Madame Witness was lost. I give the floor back to you.
I do have the same feeling. That's why I try to be very careful. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to be with us and to try to understand what I tried to explain to you. My wish is to know if your husband told you something about a commander Yuki.
He only told us that the person carrying the grenade launcher, handheld grenade launcher, was Wiku, or otherwise Peter Shala, who went by the pseudonym Wiku. Just like those persons who told him that Peter Shala was there reported. This is what he told us as well, and nothing less, nothing more.
Thank you very much. And my second question is, did your husband told you something about the son of this commander Yuki or Ushku?
No, not to us.
So thank you very much. It's very, very clear. So in May 98, did you know a commander Yuki or Yushku, or it was a nickname that you were not aware about?
No, not before that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your help. So
Thank you as well.
my third question is public too, Mrs. President.
Thank you.
Madam Witness, when you were asked yesterday about the perpetrators that your husband identified as having mistreated him at Cook's, you state that he told you, and you told us today, that Peter Shala was one of them. This is the transcript, page 88, line 9 to 10. However, this is not the first time you had to answer this question, isn't it?
Please proceed.
So, for the court officer, I say part 2, and focusing on page 9, line 12 to 18. So, Madam Witness, you were asked, and I read the question. Now, in addition to Sabit Getchi, Zemshit Krasniki, and a third person, I don't know, I have to name it today. I want to be careful, but we are able to read it, the name on the screen. Do you remember if your husband named any other person who detained him and who otherwise mistreat him in cooks? Any other person in addition to those? And your answer, and we will continue it after, was no.
Yes.
And your answer was no. He didn't tell me of any other names. Perhaps there were other people, but he could not recognize any of them. So I would like to hear you to confirm you say that or not.
Defense counsel, I would, if you are citing, I think you have to cite what the witness says 2 lines or 3 lines under it.
Of course, and this is the purpose of my question.
No, but I think I suggest, because that's the reason that I asked you why you pulled this up. First, I would say you asked the question if she can tell us who she remembers that her husband told her that... Could you take off your headphones, please, Madam Witness?
My intent is to quote line 19 to 25 and page 10, line 1, to be complete.
But to ask... your question was, so I would like to hear if you can confirm that.
Yeah.
But in my view, that is not putting the whole picture of what she has said, because it's clear what she said after that. But I would like to go back 1 step ahead. Because the transcript is our point of departure and our ending point as it comes to the evidence that will be on record. My suggestion would be that you first ask the question, and then based on that answer we can go to prior statements. And then you can, that's the approach, because the prior statements can only be introduced to be part of the evidence through discussing it here in court. But I would like first to hear from the witness what she has to say about it.
Of course.
Yeah? And if you only present her first with 3 lines, ask her an answer, and then go to the next one, I think that it could be, it's not your intention, but it could be confusing. And I think that if you read her answer as a whole, it gives a different view on what she intended to say.
Yeah. My feeling was it was better to make it in 2 times, but of course it's not absolutely not a problem to make it in 1 time, of course.
Okay. But I would first ask her the question, and then we can always go back to the...
Yeah.
And I see where you're going to, but there are different ways, I would say, to make that point why she did not come up with the 4th name right away. I think I understand you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. So I asked So I ask to show to the witness and to put on the screen the same document, page 9, line 19 to 25, and page 10, line 1. And I quote it to be complete. And I provide the information in Albanian. This is better. Page 10, line 22, page 11, line 5. And I quote for the witness, "Now, madam, do you remember at the beginning," this is the question, "we talk about when the Kale came to your house in May 1998? The answer is yes. The question from the investigator are, and you mention a man by the name Peter Shala? The answer is yes. Did your husband ever mention Peter Shala? Mentioned to you in relation to the events that happened in Cooks? And the answer is yes, 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 he was there."
Yes.
So my question is very simple. We have the feeling that the investigators offer you this name. And I would like to have your version or your feeling about what I put to you, about our feeling about that.
I think, and I said what my husband told me, that it is Peter Shala.
So I want to be clear because I want to be fair. Did you have or not the feeling that the investigator put in your mouth the names that you didn't remember?
No, only my husband, only what my husband told me. This is what I reported and stated in my interview.
Much. It's very clear. Thank you. For the first topic I would like to abroad with you is about an investigator or a journalist. And do you recall an investigator or journalist called Mike or Michael meeting your husband?
Yes. Yes, he gave interviews. Perhaps it was the ULEX court, anyway, international one. And he told me, indeed, that he was a person by the name of Michael, interested in such things. He mentioned him. And that's all.
Yeah, do you know if this Mike or Michael was Mr. Michael Montgomery?
No. I personally don't, only Michael.
Yeah, and do you know if this person discussed only with your husband or with the other member of the family?
No, only with my husband. It was only my husband who gave interviews at that time.
Thank you very much. It's very clear. And according to you, if you are well aware about that, how many times did this Michael met your husband?
Anytime he was invited to be interviewed, he only met with Michael for interviews. When he was invited, summoned for interviews, he went there. I don't know about any other occasions. Only during the interview he gave.
Do you know if it was several times or only once?
With respect to the interview, I don't know if he was invited once or twice. I cannot know better.
Thank you very much. And do you know if your husband ever provide him with any documents or notes?
No, I don't know about that. Only my husband knew. He transmitted, gave to him everything.
And did your husband ever mention to you or any of your family anything about a yellow house in Albania?
Never. He never did. To me or to other family members.
Yeah. And the same, did you know if your husband ever mentioned to you or to someone else about a yellow Mercedes?
No.
Very clear, thank you very much. And did you know if your husband mentioned anything about an organ trafficking?
Never. Never.
I will give the floor to Madam Prosecutor.
Yeah, Your Honors, just that we don't really know where defense counsel is going with this questioning, which doesn't really seem relevant to what was discussed during the examination in chief.
Thank you. Madam, I was giving you some leeway, defense counsel, because it's cross-examination, and I didn't want to stop you. But the question has come to my mind too, where you were going with this. So, could you explain already at this moment in time what is the background of this question?
Yes, of course. I was...
Shall I ask Madam Witness to take her headphones off?
It could be better. It could be better.
Madam Witness, would you like to take off? Defense counsel, please.
Thank you very much. I was talking about that
Thank you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Just like we would kindly ask Defense Counsel to provide maybe a reference for us to identify this document that he's talking about from 2018, because just for reference and for our... Thank you.
Yes, Defense Counsel, you were ready to provide it. Could you provide only the ERN number?
I will, and I want to say that there is no more question about that, because the answer from the witness are very clear. She is not aware about that, so there is no more question. The document is ERN 082892 TRIT ET, and this is enough. I can provide more, but as you ask, I stop here.
Yes. I would like, however, some further clarification. The page number is asked. Please, the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 3. Sorry, part 3, page 17 to 18. And line is 5 to 13.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. I would like to discuss this further, but in a private session. But because we are approaching 11 o'clock, I will first thank Madame Witness for now, because now we will be concluding.
Yeah, because this is over for me.
Oh, it's over?
Yeah, and that's what I want to inform you, and I want to say thank you very much, Madame Witness. Thank you very much.
Madame Witness, we are oh, yes. Can you hear me, Madame Witness?
Yes, loud and clear.
Defense Counsel has informed the panel and the Public Prosecutor and Victims Counsel, and I'm informing you that he is done with your cross-examination. So for now, he doesn't have any questions anymore. This coincides with the moment for the break. After the break, we will have possibly a second round. So now we have a break, and then I see you in half an hour.
I understand.
You may go with Madame Courtisher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Court Officer. Madame Court Officer, can we go shortly into private session if that is okay for the interpretation booth?
It is okay.
Your Honors, we're in public session now.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. It's now 11 o'clock. We will have a break of half an hour. I would like to see all of you back at 11:30, and then we can start right away with the second round.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back to everybody. We will first check composition. I see the same composition, yes. Also for Victims' Counsel, and here at our left-hand side, yes, I see the defense nodding very well. Madam Court Usher, could you please usher the witness back to the courtroom, please? And for the record, Mr. Shala is participating via video link. Welcome back. Madam Witness, we will now give the parties and Victims' Counsel the opportunity in a second round, if they want to put any more questions to you, to do so. So I will start with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Do you wish to proceed with redirect examination, Madam Prosecutor?
No, Your Honors, no need for further questions from the SPO. Thank you.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, do you want to re-examine?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Very well. And Defense Counsel, would you like?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
No? Good. Madam Witness, the parties and Victims' Counsel do not have any questions anymore for you. But the panel has. So I will give the floor to the judges to ask you some further clarifying questions with regard to the statement you have given today.
Understood.
I did not hear the translation.
Understood.
Thank you. Yes, I turn to my left-hand side. Judge Beatty, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Witness, I have a few questions for you, mostly to clarify some of the things you said yesterday. yesterday at page 82 of the transcript, lines 21-22, you were speaking about the metal factory in Kukes, and you said the following: it was a place where many other prisoners were also held. Alors, you told us yesterday already of some names of the detainees. You do not have to repeat those names. I'm more interested about the words you used, many other prisoners. From whom or from where did you get that information?
From my husband. My husband told me that there were many other prisoners there.
Thank you. Could you be a bit more precise about what he meant by many other prisoners? Did he give you some details, some more precise numbers? Was it in the tens, in the dozens? Did he say something more precise?
No, only that there were many other persons being held there. He did not mention any accurate numbers.
Thank you. Was he speaking, and I'm always referring to the detainees there, was he speaking about people coming and going, meaning were there people detained but for short period of times, for example?
Yes, there were people there who were held for a short time, but also persons who were held longer, for example, 1 month. Some. He was referring to some prisoners being held longer than the rest, but he did not tell me who those people were.
Thank you very much. This is very useful. On page 84, and I'm going to another topic now. On page 84 of
I cannot see the transcript before me, but perhaps that is not important for me to see.
I have a transcript. Is there an issue, Madam Court Officer? Yeah, about her transcript?
Madam Witness,
That is not a problem because I am able to understand the question and I will give my response based on that.
Witness, I will, however, ask Madam Court Usher to have a look at your transcript just to verify, if you don't mind, Madam Court Usher, to look on her screen if it somehow froze. It is frozen. Madam Witness, I think you should now be able to see the transcript. Is that correct?
Not yet.
This is the transcript of today, Madam Witness. But my colleague, and as we are speaking now, but
It is only in English.
yes, but we are going to translate what you said into Albanian in order for you to comment on the question of my colleague. Is that clear for you?
Yes, it's clear.
Floor.
Microphone, please.
Yesterday, on page 83 and 84 of the transcript, you were speaking about your husband being tortured in Kukesh, and in page 84, lines 5 and 6, you mentioned the persons who were doing that, and you said the following. These persons were Sabit Geshi, Zemsit Krasniqi. There were others as well amongst them, Peter Shala. Is there a reason why you mention those persons in that order?
No, I only said that to mention the persons who were involved in the mistreatment.
Thank you. Did your husband mention to you something about the position and role of Mr. Shala, especially towards the two other persons that you mentioned?
However, he said that he was tortured by him as well. He beat him with blunt objects, with metal bars, and so on.
Last question from me. Did your husband receive any pension after the war?
Yes. He did receive, but that's for disabled persons, 110 euros. As a blind person, he received 150 euros a month.
Was it immediately after the war, this pension assigned to your husband?
At a later stage, 2 to 3 years later, he only had a basic pension, but 2 or 3 years later, he started receiving the other one. For disabled persons, when he was also qualified for that, when he lost his eyesight due to diabetes, the disability pension.
Thank you very much, Madam Witness.
Thank you. Madam Witness.
Thank you as well.
We reached the end of your testimony, and I would like to thank you for all the efforts you have put in giving your testimony, and I believe that it will be helping us in our efforts to find the truth. I say thank you to you for that reason, and I must remind you that you cannot discuss, after now that you have given your testimony, with anybody the content of the testimony you have given before the specialist chambers. Yeah? Do you understand that?
I do. I would also like to thank you, Madam President of the Court, and all your staff, and all present in the courtroom. A special thank you during this process for your treatment towards me and for the questions. I thank you all.
I wish you a safe journey home, and I will ask now Madame Court Usher to usher you out of the courtroom.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Madame Court Usher. So, looking at the clock, I think we have enough time to proceed with the next witness. And so we will continue with the testimony of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office witness number 7. And yes, before we usher the witness in, is there something we need to take care of? No, no. Madame, there is, I see the prosecutor standing.
Your Honor, just a matter just to be certain and safe that everything is working in order. We perhaps would suggest if we could ensure by asking Mr. Shala if he can hear the proceedings in a language that he can understand and ascertain that the connection is working properly, as it was also customary in previous trials, if I recall, whenever the accused was participating via video link.
Mr. Prosecutor, we can certainly do that. Mr. Shala, can you hear me? But I cannot hear. Because I cannot hear you. Maybe.
I apologize, the microphone was not on. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you very well.
I can hear you too. That has been confirmed. And I also see that the translation is working. Have you been able to follow the examination during the whole day?
Yes, myself, I was able to, but not the public, because it's full of redactions. My counsel's questions were redacted. I don't know how my lawyer can defend me if he cannot be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shala. We have ascertained that you can follow the proceedings, and we have taken notice of what you just shared with the panel. Thank you. Good. Then we can proceed with the next witness. In order to do a technical test, we will go into private session to ascertain that everything is working properly for the next witness, and then we will revert back to public session to start off with the witness. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? Welcome, Mr. Witness. Please put your headphones on. Mr. Witness, good afternoon. It's just past 12. And welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me fine?
Yes. Thank you.
Well,
I'm well, thank you.
thank you, Mr. Witness. Today we will start with your testimony. And before we begin, I have several remarks. I will first explain to you the protective measures that have been granted to you for your testimony. Yeah? And the first one is that you have been assigned a pseudonym. And this means that I will address you with the words Mr. Witness. Yeah? And I will not use your name. I make sure in that way that the public is not aware of your identity. You also have been granted face and voice distortion. And that means that no one outside the courtroom that is following the broadcast can see your face or hear your real voice when you are giving your testimony. When you answer questions that will not reveal your identity, we will do that in open session. And that means that the public can hear and see what is said in the courtroom. When you are asked to describe anything that relates specifically to you, or to mention facts that can reveal your identity, we will do so in a private session. And that means that there is no broadcast, and no one outside the courtroom can hear what is said in the courtroom. If anything is said during open session that may identify you, we will protect that information. The broadcast is issued with a delay, so before broadcasting we will take care that any such information is removed from the broadcast and also from the public transcript. Do you understand all this?
Yes, yes, thank you for everything.
Testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office versus Peter Shala, to assist this panel to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the lawyers for the prosecution, which are sitting in the togas in purple next to the bench. Then by the lawyer representing the victims admitted to participate in this case. The persons sitting most next to you, yes? And then the defense counsel of Mr. Shala on your right side with the togas in red, yes? And then finally by us, the judges. I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that we pose to you. And the first one is, listen carefully to each question. If you have not understood well the question, please ask the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth, and we want to hear from you what you heard, you saw, you sensed, you experienced. And if you did not see or hear it yourself, please tell the court and explain us how that information came to you. You may remember not all the details of the events, and that is perfectly fine. Just testify on what you remember, and if you don't know, just tell us that you don't remember or that you don't know. Okay? And please answer the question. If further clarification is needed, we will ask you. Is this explanation clear to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Practical advice. Everything that we say here is translated. We have interpretation booths and recorded. So it's important to speak into the microphones. There are 2 microphones positioned in front of you. So normally if you are sitting there, that works fine. Please speak clearly and please speak at a slow pace. This will allow the interpreters to do their work. And you should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. Because if not, we get overlapping speakers and the translators cannot translate everything at the same time. And when a question is asked, please wait 5 seconds before starting to answer, because that will allow us to properly follow what has been said. I see you now nodding. If I raise my hand like this, please stop talking. And
Yes.
off your headphones, or when something needs to be discussed that could influence the content of your testimony. Okay. If you have any questions, if you need a break or there's something you would like to say, please raise your hand so that I know that you want to say something, and then I will give you the floor. Have you understood all this?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Witness, as I must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false declaration. Yes? I will now ask Madame Court Usher to assist you with the text. Please, Mr. Witness, read the text provided to you with your solemn declaration to tell the truth.
Thank you. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of witness 7, starting with a question by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
Presiding judge just has explained you have been granted in-court protective measures to protect your identity. As I will start with a few questions about your personal details, I will ask the panel shortly to go into private session, so you can speak freely. Your Honors, the SPO is very mindful of the principle of publicity, and I think we have shown that in our past 2 examinations in chief. I will only ask to go into private session whenever I assume that my question will elicit protected information, and go back into public session as soon as this is possible. So for now, could we please move into private session?
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Madam Court Officer, you have the floor.
Witness, what was your father's profession in the 1990s?
He was a police officer in the former Yugoslavia. Or a commander in the field. He was an officer. That's how he was referred to within his occupation in the police.
Did your father ever tell you why he chose to become a police officer?
We never discussed this. I never asked him. He started his occupation since he was young, when he was 23 or 24, I believe.
How would you describe your father as a person up until the war?
Everyone says that they like their fathers, but I truly love my father. He did his best for us, to educate us, to bring us up properly. He was very engaged as a father in the upbringing of his children. He embodied all the good qualities a father should have.
I think I can do one more question in public. Without mentioning the name of the specific place, were you living in Kosovo in 1998?
Yes.
May we go into private session for the following few questions?
Very well. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Witness, you just told us that until spring or summer 1998, you lived together with your family in a village in Kosovo, which you then left. And I refer to the transcript, page 58, lines 24 to 25. Why did you leave the village you were living up until then?
I will be there tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. I will be there in Jablanica. But we didn't go there the following day. We left the house and we went to Jakova.
You mentioned one weapon, a grenade launcher, which was, as I understood it, further away from you. Did you see any other weapons?
Well, the persons who were in the courtyard had weapons. Nasser had a weapon, and one of them also had a sniper rifle. The rest who were standing by the fence, who took up positions by the fence and had their rifles, Kalashnikovs, automatic rifles, directed at the house. And that is the reason why I couldn't see clearly what they had on. But they had masks, they had hats, and the only person my mother recognized was Hamas Ibrahimai, who came into the courtyard.
Thank you. You said that they took away a weapon from your brother. Can you be a bit more specific about when this happened and what weapon that was, or whose weapon that was?
They took the weapon from my brother. They also asked for more weapons. The weapons which my father held legally and officially. But my sister and my brother asked him to hand over the small handgun in order for them to leave. After which they said, tomorrow you should all report at 10 o'clock. My mother told them, yes, we will be there at 10 o'clock tomorrow. But we did not wait for the following day. We left the same night to go to Jakova.
The weapon that they took from your brother, was this the weapon that were your father's, or was it the weapon of your brother?
We also had weapons which we used to guard the village. But that specific weapon, they took that specific weapon from the house, and that was my father's handgun.
So you mentioned that your mother recognized one of the people coming into your courtyard, and you also eventually learned about the identity of the other person. Do you know about any other KLA member present that day?
She only recognized Hamas that day, Hamas Ibrahimai. We did not know Nasser Ibrahimai. We came to know of his name at a much later stage from my father after a long period of time.
Right. Did you learn about any other people that were present that day by name?
Yes, but at a much later stage. That was after my father returned from Albania.
And what did you learn from your father, or what did your father learn when he came back?
My father described and told of his abduction, of being sent to a metal factory in Koks, of being tortured, beaten, and of persons, some of whom he didn't know and some of whom he did. But that is where he learned that the person involved in the attack against our house was Peter Shala. There are other names that he knows of being involved in the mistreatment and ill treatment in Koks. I can mention those names now as well if
At a later point in time, let's stay with the incident in 1998 for a bit longer. So you said your father later on learned that there was also Pieter Shala present on that day in spring 1998. Is that right?
yes.
What exactly did your father learn about Pieter Shala's presence on that day? And when he said, "Why didn't you come out when I came to your house?" what did he refer to?
Referring to when Hamas and Nasser Ibrahimi were there, the incident when our house was attacked in 1998 in the village where we lived.
Apart from your family, did any other person observe this incident in spring, summer 1998?
I don't know. Perhaps the neighbors, but I don't know.
Your Honours, can we move into private session for 1 or 2 questions, please?
We can, but before that, I will give the floor to defense counsel. Please.
Sorry again, Your Honor, just to clarify, on the transcript at page 62,
Allow me to go back to 62, then I can follow your remark right away. Yes?
We just verified, we've been told by several of the team members that there was a mention of some kind of clothing, I'll put it in a different general terms, hats and masks, that it didn't make its way to the transcript. Well, I have the impression to have heard the specific details, so maybe that could be clarified for the transcript.
Thank you. Yes, here I see in line 4, the 2 persons that came in the courtyard wore the KLA uniform and KLA insignia. It would be somewhere around there?
A little bit further down, Your Honor, describing the clothing.
No, because my intention is, because we can for now not verify what was said back then, but if I can be more specific, although maybe this is already specific enough, then we can have it verified later on by the interpretation booth. So then we know for sure what is said, and maybe then if there was said more, we will add it to the transcript.
Your Honor, I suggest also a question could be put to clarify from the witness. He just said a few minutes ago.
That we can also do, but I think it's also important to hear what he said back then. But you said a little bit further on?
Around the lines 17, 18. It was about the group of soldiers, not the 2 individuals, referring to hats and masks.
Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor, because I am having difficulties to identify the line where we are discussing about.
If I may, we believe it's page 62, around line 16, but no problem to ask a clarifying question to the witness.
We proceed like that. You will have the floor, and you can do that when you think the moment is best. Thank you, Defense Counsel.
Witness, just one clarifying question. When speaking about the people who were in or surrounded your premises back in 1998, you said something about their clothing. Could you please repeat that?
Yes. The 2 persons, Hamas and Nasser Ibrahimi, were wearing uniforms and had the KLA insignia. Those who were along the fence, some of them were wearing uniforms, but I did not see any insignia because the fence is about 20-25 meters far, but the fence, what we call it, how we call it, it's inside our property. It's included in the property. So they were lined up there with their weapons pointing in our direction. These 2 entered the yard to talk with us. So we were under attack because all their weapons were directed towards the house, including the trombone or the grenade launcher. With the 2 that came into the yard, it was my mother and my brother who spoke to them and told them that we were going to go to Jablanica the next day. Had they not said this, it could have come to the worse.
Going back to the clothing, you said they were uniformed or partly uniformed. Did they wear anything else apart from the uniform?
Roba civile? civilian clothes, ordinary clothes that a civilian and not a policeman or military member would wear, and some would wear, some were with uniforms, which implies the military or police uniform. So some had, some didn't. But weapons, they all had weapons because they were there to attack us. If somebody points his weapon towards you, towards your house, you are under attack. And of course, it's an attack.
Answer the question you are asked, and now we are discussing specifically the clothing. So I understand that there is a lot of information you would like to share with the panel and with the specialist prosecutor, but please try to stick to the questions, so that we can receive the information, if there is, on that specific topic. Yes?
Witness.
All right.
Specific question for you. Were any of these people wearing something around their head, masks or hats?
Some had masks, some had hats, some ordinary civilian clothes, and some military uniforms or clothes. What we call mask is something that covers your face. And they had weapons pointing at us.
Thank you very much. That clarifies my question. Your Honours, could we now move into private session for 1 or 2 questions?
Very well, yes. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honours, we're in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Witness, you told us before that eventually you moved away. Where did you move to?
To Jakova.
And if I understood correctly, you also eventually left Čákova. Where did you go?
Remained there. Later, I learned that my family had left together with the rest of the population in columns as refugees to Albania. And I did not meet my family until after the war. I personally was not in Albania.
Do you remember about what time your family left to Albania?
Madam Prosecutor, I would say that this we could do again in public.
Yes, let me just remind you before we go into public session.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Witness, you just told us that your family left to Albania eventually, and I would like to ask you whether you remember the date where your family left.
I don't know the date.
Do you remember an incident or a month or a year, maybe?
I believe it was in the beginning of the year. This is what I think. Early part of the year, February or March.
Of which year?
98.
Are you sure?
99, I apologize.
Do you remember by any chance whether it was before or after the NATO bombing?
Before.
After your family members moved to Albania, do you remember any incident involving your father?
Days.
You said your father told you, and you also indicated a time, but I would like to have that one more time on the record. When exactly did your father tell you about this incident?
After he returned from Albania sometime in June, maybe.
June of which year?
1999.
And who was present when your father told you about this incident?
The whole family.
Your Honors, I am mindful of the time, and now would be a good point to take the break, if you would agree.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. I was about to ask you, so thank you for taking that on board, that we are arriving at 1 o'clock. Mr. Witness, we will now have a break for lunch of 1 hour till 2 o'clock. And then we will continue with your examination.
Thank you.
Accompany you out of the courtroom. I hope you get a little bit of rest and have a good lunch.
Thank you. To you too.
Very well. We have 1 hour till 2 o'clock. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back after the lunch break, and a quick look at the composition of all the teams shows me that we are in the same composition. Yes, everybody's nodding. Mr. Shala, can you hear me? I see you nodding. Can you also say it out loud for the transcript?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Now we will proceed with the question of the witness of the SPO, witness number 7. If there's nothing that parties or victims' counsel would like to raise with the panel, I'm going to proceed to usher him in. No? Okay, good. No? Very well. Madame Courtasher, can you bring the witness in? Thank you. And I see that we have public in the public gallery. So let us take due care. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
going to proceed with the questioning by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. I will give the floor to Madam Prosecutor. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness, before the break, you stated that your father had told you, and I refer to the provisional transcript on page 70, line 25, to page 71, line 3, that he had been abducted and brought to Kukesh, where he had been detained, mistreated. I would like to go through what your father has told you about the incident step by step and start with the abduction. Please be reminded not to name any persons or locations. I will ask clarifying questions if there is a need later when it's safe. So what exactly did your father tell you about his abduction?
My father told me that there were 4 persons who abducted him, and that they left off for Kukas. In a van roundish, I'm not sure how to call it. They kept him in this location for 1 or 2 nights. I'm not sure about it. They held him there, however, and then, together with other people detained there, they brought him to Kukas. There were 4 people. In Levan, where they held him, those who abducted him, the abductors spoke amongst themselves, saying, "Will you kill him or will I kill him?" And he said, "My son knows you, recognize you, so you can kill me whenever you want." They continued on the way without, however, committing what they were saying or thinking to commit. They then took him to Kukas, placed him in that prison where there was nothing, no bed, nothing, no place to lie down, to sleep on, just the floor, concrete floor, nothing else. No food, insufficient food, insufficient water, maltreatment, beatings, as we say, using baseball bats, iron, metal bars, in Kukas at the metal factory.
But do you remember any more details what your father told you about the mistreatments in Kukas?
The mistreatment, they beat them up, as my father said. They would go in there and beat them up, all of them, my father and the others, night and day. There were other prisoners there as well, not only my father. This is what my father said.
Could I please ask the English booth to release the mic when finish interpreting? Thank you.
I repeat my question. Just to clarify, was this beating an individual, a single event, or did this happen more than once?
They beat him up on several occasions.
Did your father ever tell you who was present or who was participating in these mistreatments?
Yes.
Please indicate the names.
Yes.
Jamshid
Krasniqi, Peter Shala, Sabit Gezi, and others whose names he did not tell us. We don't know their names, or he didn't know their names.
While being detained in Kukës, was your father ever interrogated?
He said he was.
And did he also tell you about the questions or what he was asked while being interrogated?
They asked him about how could he work with the Serb Yugoslav police. They told him other things, like admit that you killed 100 people, you violated them. My father replied, if you find one person who can testify such a thing, then I will admit to everything. This is what they told him.
Was your father ever told whether he was accused of any crime or what the reason for his detention in Kukës was?
No. Only because he was a police officer. And as they say, a spy. Because of his duty as a police officer.
Your Honours, for one question, could we please move into private session?
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honours, we're in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you. I refer to the provisional transcript, page 74, lines 15 to 17. Witness, you refer to them, that they were beaten up. So has your father ever told you about other detainees or other people being mistreated in Kukës while he was there?
All detainees present there were beaten up. They beat them up as they pleased. They would go inside, beat them up, leave them on the ground, and others as well. Among the persons who beat them up was Peter Shala and Jamshid Krasniqi. And Sabit Gezi.
Has your father ever mentioned names of these co-detainees? We are now in private session and it's safe to mention the names. Thank you. We can move back into public session.
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you. Now we have talked about what your father has told you personally after his release. I would now like to ask you some questions about what you yourself observed on him, if anything. Was your father in any way different than before when he returned from Cook's in June 1999?
I was not in Albania when he returned, but when he returned to Kosovo, I noticed that my father had marks of being hit on the head. I asked what happened to him. These were marks from the beatings. And then my father told me himself what had happened to him.
What kind of marks did you see on him?
He had here a visible mark, an injury on the head here as a result of having been hit. But I didn't know at that time that my father had been kidnapped, abducted. When they came back to Kosovo, they told me about this. I was not in Albania.
Madam Prosecutor, for the record, I would like to ask a clarifying question. You indicated that your father had something on his head, and you said here, but I was not looking at you, so I could not see where you were pointing at. So where had your father something on his head? In the front, in this, on the right, on the left side.
Here. Yes. Here in the middle.
Yes. And if you allow me, Madam Prosecutor, you said when you saw your father in Kosovo, can you indicate when that was?
Sometime towards the end of June.
Madam Prosecutor.
I don't know the exact date.
This suffices for now. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Did you observe anything else about his physical condition?
You mean on his body? He had lost weight. He had lost weight. Then he showed other marks on his hand. His wrist had been cut off. And other brutal things, using cigarettes, salt on the wounds, inhuman things, beating, cutting his veins, his wrists.
You referred to cigarettes. Was that something you saw, or was that something your father told you?
to be honest. They burned him using cigarettes. They cut his wrists, veins.
The scars from cutting his wrists. Did you also see burns on his body then?
Yes.
You now reported about the physical harm your father endured during his detention in Caucasus. Did this experience also affect him psychologically?
Yes.
And in what specific means?
Very much so. Other impacts, he was not the one I used to know before. And he wasn't psychologically the same. And then after that, he had traumas. He couldn't walk the same way he walked before. He had physical injuries.
You described at the beginning of the examination how your father was before the war. Can you elaborate a bit more how he was after he returned from a character point of view, maybe?
His character was not the same. He would become angry. He was not the same person as before.
Allow me one last question. In what way, if any, did your father's detention and what he had experienced in Caucasus affect you and your family?
It affected us very badly. Very badly on the whole family.
Are you able to give us a bit more details about the effects it had on your family?
Obviously, there was no future for us. Our sisters had to stop going to school. They finished high school and were supposed to go to university, but couldn't do so because we were afraid something bad would happen to them, caused by the group of people involved in Caucasus. And we were afraid that worse things would happen to our family. But also, for us boys, the perspectives were not the same. For some of us, we were in contact with other people as well, seen as a family of spies by some people, or considered as such. Because of what happened to our father. But those who knew us never saw us as spies or anything like that. Only those who didn't know us would see us as such.
Your Honors, these were all my questions. I attended the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Mr. Witness. the Specialist Prosecutor's Office has finished with its examination, and we will now proceed with Victims' Counsel. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour, and good afternoon, Mr. Witness. As you know, I am the Victims' Counsel in this case. I've only a very few questions for you, sir, because you've answered most of the questions that I would have asked you already. Okay? I just want a couple more details from you, if you would assist us. You told us about seeing your father for the first time after he had been released and him seeming to you to be a different person. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
How did it affect you, yourself, to see your father changed in that way?
I personally felt very bad. I didn't want to see my father in that condition.
Could you describe for the judges how your father felt about what had happened to him, what his feelings about his detention in Kukesh and his mistreatment were?
I already said it, very bad. Psychologically, he was not the same man as before. He was a completely different person. He was constantly seeking justice. And upon their return, we seek justice.
It's the last part of that answer that I was hoping to get to. Your father wanted to seek justice, you say?
Yes.
What did he say about that aspect in particular?
He constantly was looking for justice, looking for places where he would go and tell about what he went through, experienced, what happened to him, so that the perpetrators would be brought to justice. And we all tried to do the same, to seek justice immediately after the war. And we were not safe or protected as we are now here. We continually looked for justice and sought justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Those are the questions that I have for you.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. Now I turn to the Defense Counsel. You have the floor for questioning of the witness. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just allow me a few moments to settle.
Very well.
The interpreters kindly ask the defense lawyer to speak up and to speak into the microphone. We cannot hear him very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon.
Defense Counsel, we received a question that the interpreters were not able to hear you, so if you could talk into the microphone. But I think that how the microphone is positioned now, it should work fine.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon.
As you know, Mr. Witness, I am a defense counsel for Mr. Shala, and I will ask you a few questions to clarify certain topics. Is that clear?
Yes.
Very well. You told us earlier today at page 58, line 13 of the transcript, and at page 60, line 3 of the transcript, that you lived with your whole family in that house without referring to more specifics about the place at the time soldiers came to that house in 1998, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Witness, you specifically said at page 60, line 14 to 15, that your older brother, without again mentioning any names, was present at that event or incident. Correct?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, do you remember saying the opposite about your older brother around the same time last year to SPO investigators?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, can I use a prior statement of the witness for the purpose of clarifying this inconsistency recently?
Madam Court Officer, could you please, when you receive the ERN number, load the prior statement the defense counsel is referring to?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to show the witness the transcript of the witness at ERN 10-52-80, TRET Part 1, at page 14, lines 13 to 19. I give you the Albanian in a moment. For the Albanian version, it's page 15, lines 5 to 12. Mr. Witness, do you remember giving this interview to the SPO investigators last year? Mr. Witness, just focus on my question. I will read out to you the passage I need. Do you remember meeting the SPO investigators last year?
Yes.
Thank you. I will read out the specific passage. I need you to give an explanation on. Okay?
Yes.
So at line 13, and I read, I quote, "And this is something that you were personal, you were present when this happened. You have a direct recollection of these events." Line 15 is the answer. "It was myself, it was my mother, and my younger brother present. And then my younger brother, he went into the house to convince my father to give up the weapons." Another question on line 18. "And your younger brother you're talking about," I'll let you read the rest of the passage, unless your honors want us to go to private session so it's read out into the transcript. I can use the one pseudonym instead. I'm in your hands with this.
We cannot use the pseudonym in this respect, and we have to go into private session, but we will try to make it as brief as possible, maybe only with regard to this aspect, and then we come back into public if that is possible.
Very well.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Defense Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, you said earlier today also that one of the soldiers, or the soldiers took the weapons from the house. And that is at page 63, lines 6 to 8. My question is, did the soldiers or any of the soldiers go inside the house to keep the to pick up the weapon, or how did it happen?
My youngest brother went inside and asked my father. My sisters also asked him to hand over that weapon so that we could avoid something bad happening.
Thank you. Confirm no soldiers entered inside the house. That is my question.
In the courtyard, yes, but not inside the house. In the courtyard of the house, starting from the fence to the house that was our entire property. They also didn't see our father because they were looking for him. But we wanted to avoid the worst from happening.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You spoke about the courtyard and the fence of the house, and I would like to show you a photo, a picture, that is at DPS 00065. Please, Mr. Witness, don't mention specific names of places. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes. But there are some changes in this photo from the time when the incident happened.
We'll get into that. Just to confirm, is this the place where the incident happened? That we have
Defense Counsel, you can also ask.
This is the place where the incident occurred and where I lived in 1998, because we used to live there before, prior to 1998, not only in 1998.
Would be for next time to start off with an open question. Can you indicate what you see here, and then he can say whatever he thinks is necessary to say.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you see a fence here in the picture?
I made that myself, together with my father, after the war, however. We had a wooden fence before, wooden planks lined up.
Yes, that was my question. We understand that the fence is not at the same state as it was during the incident, correct?
Correct. This is the fence that we made after the war.
Can we say the same for the gate leading to the courtyard?
The gate is where it was. From here, where the fence started, which is now with wires, there was a gate that could be opened and closed for cars to pass through. This is the gate the fence that I made myself with my father. This was done sometime in 2002 or 2003.
Defense counsel would have a preference to start working with a pencil to make references for the transcript, because we have now been discussing both the fence and the gate, and I would like to have numbers on the picture to clarify. Yeah. Madame Court Usher, could you assist the witness?
Your Honor, maybe my suggestion is to use the pen or the pencil on the next photo, which has a better angle that includes the gate a little bit more. But I mean,
maybe we can do it short here, that we only use that we use a 1 and a 2 for the fence and the gate, because there are more fences also on this picture. And if you would like to repeat a prior exercise also with this witness to be able to compare, I will leave that to you. But just for this picture, I think it would be helpful at a later stage, because we will not be together and not be seeing the same thing. Mr. Witness, could you put number 1 on the fence we have been discussing and you made after the war together with your father? Thank you, Mr. Witness. And could you write on the picture a 2 where the gate was/is we have been discussing? Thank you. That is clear. Defense counsel, I give the floor to you back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we move to the next photo at 00066, please? And then I'll have one more question, because I'm mindful of the time that is allocated to the defense.
We will first save this picture, Madame Court Officer, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor, this picture, originally DPS 0065, with now the markings of the witness will be saved in legal workflow as with number REG 00943.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Witness, this is the same place. Can you give us an estimate of the distance from the gate to your house, according to you? Your best estimate.
There are 25 to 30 meters. We refer to it as a courtyard. This entire area here, which is a courtyard, is our property. The small house, one-story house that you see there, that was built after the war. After 2023, that was also built in 2004.
A misspelling or a misinterpretation I see after 2023.
Interpreter's note, yes, that was a misinterpretation of the year that the witness said 2002.
Thank you. You have the floor, defense counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, I'll move on now to another topic. And I refer to the transcript page 63, line 13 and following, to page 64, line 1, where earlier in the day, Mr. Witness, you told us that you learned through your father about the name Peter Shala much later, after the war. Did I summarize correctly what you said earlier?
Yes. We heard of him as Commander Uki even before. We did not know him as person, but we had heard of Commander Uki because he was in Jablanica. Uki or Ujku, as he was referred to.
Mr. Witness, your father was the only source about the name Peter Shala being present in that incident?
That's a question. That is a question.
I need his confirmation that is a question.
No,
I'll rephrase
no, I
it.
prefer a question.
Yeah, I'll rephrase it. Mr. Witness, was your father, have you only learned from your father this information about the presence of Ujku or Peter Shala or Uki in that incident in '98? Was your father your only source of this information? So, Mr. Witness, this wasn't for the first time that you learned about this nickname after the war, correct?
What do you want to know from the witness?
The timing, Your Honor, the timing is of essence for us.
Yes, but I would then ask for the timing because I think this is a kind of convoluted question. Just ask straight what you want to know from him.
When was the investigation made by your family?
My father inquired in Cooks, but we had heard of nickname, pseudonym Uyku even before. But we did not have information then that Commander Uyku Pieter Shala was there at the time. But my father confirmed this in Cooks.
Mr. Witness, you should answer the question of the defense. He asked when. Yeah? When did your father do the investigation? Defense counsel, is that right? That's something you would like to know?
Yes, my question was more general about the family, not the source of the father was elicited. I was more focused on the family.
Okay, maybe because I see where you want to go, and maybe it's that Mr. Witness has not understood what the question is. I cannot really say it differently than what you did, but Mr. Witness, when has the family been investigating about who that person was?
After my father was released from the metal factory in Cooks, after my father arrived at home, he told the family, I was not in Albania. I heard of it when they came back from Albania, from Cooks. When he returned to the village where my father was born and lived. That is where I heard about it, from my family and from my father.
With your permission, Your Honor, I'd like to go to a prior statement quickly for a passage to cut to the chase, as we say.
Please proceed, and if you could also indicate which prior statement.
So, the ERN 105280 we just referred to earlier at one page later. So page 15, line 5. Page 15, line 10 to 13. In the Albanian, page 17, 8 to 17. That covers the topic and the timing. Excuse me, it seems to be page 16. I am sorry. Page 16. The English version, page 16, line 10 to 13.
Please proceed, Mr. Defense Counsel.
Shall I read to the witness?
Please, Defense Counsel.
And do you remember how long after the fact you learned that? Answer, line 11. So we knew his pseudonym. It was the wolf, Uyku, and I asked how many days after that you learned, and it was 2 or 3 weeks after the incident, we learned this.
That is not true. It could be wrong interpretation or translation. This was after my father was released. I learned that it was Pieter Shala. I had heard of pseudonym Ujku, but I did not know who he was. But I heard from my neighbors of a person with the pseudonym Ujku. But his name as Pieter Shala, we learned afterwards. I did not see him before until I saw him at the court, but I did not know him physically from before. I knew of him from my father and from what my father told me.
I would like to read the passage just before that, just to follow up on the answer.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
So it's page 16 in English, line 8. Answer. And also my brother.
Please. We are in public, so
Yeah,
shall we revert to private?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Court Officer, could you please bring us into private session?
Your Honours, we're now in private session, and can counsel confirm the Albanian page number?
For the Albanian should be the same, page 17, just a little bit. Yes, I guess it's line 6 to 7.
Makes sense. Please proceed.
I will read. Thank you, Ms. Earlier today, you told us that both you and your older brother knew somebody who was involved in the kidnapping of your father. My question is this.
Do you have a reference for us in
It's
the
at
transcript?
page 70, line 21 to 22.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, do you know the name Bashkim Lama?
Yes, very well. I know him personally.
Is that the person you referred to? That you and your older brother knew?
Could you give context? Because
We both know him.
no, you say, is that the person you refer to? That you and your older brother knew? For next time, we have had an answer, but it's better to give context.
Madam President, maybe we can ask those questions in public, provided that we know about which person we are talking and we don't mention the name. Bashkim Lama.
Bashkim Lama.
I look at the prosecution. Bashkim Lama, is that something, what is your view on having that in public?
Without mentioning the name, because, Your Honor,
Yes, no, we will not mention the name, but I would like to hear their views in this respect.
We are aware, Your Honours, that this is so far redacted, but it will be unredacted in the pre-trial brief that we will file as instructed by you yesterday.
So, if I understand you well, you are saying that the name Bashkim Lama can be used in public session?
Correct.
Okay. Defense Counsel, then we have an easy solution for that. And we are now in private session, then we will revert to public session. And I will ask Madam Court Officer to bring us back into public session. And it's good to see that we're making a genuine effort to do as much in public.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Before that, Your Honor, based on what was discussed, I would request that this name, which has been redacted on day one of the hearings, be lifted, because that was the instruction midday after day one of testimony.
Defense Counsel, we will do an exercise as soon as that is possible to reclassify whatever can be reclassified. That's a duty we have, and I see the point you have made, but it's already on our top priority. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, so you told us both you and another person from your family knew this person, Bashkim Lama. Can you roughly describe the relationship you had with him? Albania means everything that happened in Albania, since the witness is not there, so they must have recounted the whole story with a start, a middle, with certain episodes and events. And the question is very open because there is a name, and we ask whether at any point this person was mentioned in any context.
Yeah, but I still think that the story is too open. You could say the moment they started living there till the moment they left. Is your question, in the time your father, your family lived in Albania, that ever the name, is that what you're saying, ever this name came up? I find it too broad in this way. It has to be in one way or another connected to the indictment, and we can go into private. I mean, that is not a problem, but this is very open, and the story is not defined enough.
Mr. Witness, did your father or anybody who learned from your father the events of his kidnapping and transport to Cooks, to his release and back to Kosovo, did anybody from whom you learned, as you said, he didn't tell me personally, any role or involvement with your father from Gani Shehu?
No.
Do you recall your father telling you anything about somebody called Mike or Michael, investigator or journalist?
Not personally to me. I don't recall.
Did your father ever mention to you a yellow house in Albania?
No.
Did your father ever mention to you being transported in a yellow Mercedes back to or back from Durrës?
No.
Mr. Witness, do you remember giving a statement to investigators in 2003?
Yes.
Would you agree with me if I tell you that you never mentioned Piotr Shala at that date when you met the investigators?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, I can use the statement to refresh the memory of the witness as he doesn't remember. Just to put this simple question of the absence of the name Piotr Shala from his statement of 2003.
If I understand well, you're saying you did not mention Mr. Shala in your 2003 statement, and the witness is saying, I don't know, but maybe we should clarify about what he does not know, because for me it's not clear what he doesn't know.
Your Honor, I heard I don't remember. Not that.
Yeah, but what does he then, sorry, I paraphrased it, but I meant the same. I don't remember, but I don't know what he doesn't remember. So, Mr. Witness, what don't you remember? What do you not remember anymore?
In regard to 2003, I do not recall many organizations that we spoke to, not all of them. We've spoken to UNMIK and many others, but I do not remember precisely where I spoke what. I'm telling you here what I have heard from my father. I can not possibly remember everything from my statements. There were cases when we would bring my father to speak to these organizations and where we didn't speak ourselves. So it's impossible for me to know in which statement I mentioned Pieter Shala and which I didn't.
Witness, Defense Counsel, you have the floor. And you may call up the 2003 statement as requested. Madam Court Officer, can you please bring that statement up after you have been given the necessary references?
So the statement is SPO E 000 47 605.
Defense Counsel, I am sure that you are mindful of the time. And as I said before, we are not in a grocery shop, so I will not be cutting you right now. But I would like to know how much time you think you will be needing.
Your Honor, after this use of statement, I have one small series of questions, and that would be it. So I expect not longer than 10 minutes or 15 minutes, depending on how long this will take.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let's go to page 4. In the middle of the page, I'll try to... I'm told the transcript is frozen.
Defense Counsel, and for everybody present, the transcript is not working, so we need a little moment to see for what reason and if we can make it function as SAP to be able to proceed. I have been updated with where we stand, and we will need. They will need 15 minutes to make it to restart it again. So what I propose that we do now is that we take a 15 minutes break, yeah, and then we proceed after that for half an hour, as after liaising with CMU, we are allowed to use extra after 4 o'clock. But that will be half an hour at least. Yeah. Good. Then. And I will ask now Madame Court Usher to accompany you out of the courtroom for this 15 minutes, and after that you will be asked to come back. Yes, that clear?
Thank you, and I apologize again to you. When you said that name, you looked at me, so it was a misunderstanding. I apologize.
Thank you, Madame Court Usher. The hearing is adjourned for 15 minutes.
All right. All right.
Please be seated. Welcome back after this small break. The technicalities have been explained to you where we are now. And Madame Court Usher, could you please bring the witness in? And in the meantime, I see that the composition has not changed. So for the record, Mr. Shala is present via video link. Can you hear me, Mr. Shala? You're nodding. I would also like to hear your voice just to confirm that we have a good connection, Mr. Shala.
Yes, I can hear you.
Mr. Witness. Welcome back. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
I will give back the floor to Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel, would you like us to be in public session or in private?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to give a reading to this statement, and I'm in your hands whether you want it to be read in public or in private section. We have the paragraph in front of us, all of us. I don't see a reason to do it in private.
And which paragraph are you going?
It's the.
Which paragraph are you going to read out?
It is the third paragraph, starting from the top, starting with my father, ending with their names.
I think that can be done in public, and I see also the Specialist Prosecutor's Office nodding. So please proceed, Defense Counsel. Listen carefully, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, I will read a part of the statement that we spoke about from 2003 earlier, okay?
And it's also in front of you.
My father told me furthermore that he was detained in some improvised prison where the KLA people mistreated him. He told me that he was beating with baseball bats all over his body. He also mentioned to me that the following persons took part in his maltreatment: Shamshid Krasniqi, Fatmir Limay, and Yakub Krasniqi. There were also a lot of other perpetrators, but I don't recall their names. Mr. Witness, this is 2003, closer to the events and to the moment your father discovered the name of Piotr Shala. Yet, the name of Piotr Shala is not mentioned here. Do you agree with me?
Yes. This happened when I was asked the question about Jamshid Krasniqi, because I mentioned earlier I gave many statements. I was asked many questions by different persons, prosecutors. So Jamshid Krasniqi was there. In other words, when I mentioned here Fatmir Limay, he was there, but he did not participate in the beating. He did not mistreat him. So Yakub Krasniqi was present there, but he was not involved in the beating or in the mistreatment. Jamshid Krasniqi, Piotr Shala, and Sabit Gessi were there, but I was not asked about these ones. I was asked about Jamshid Krasniqi's whereabouts at that time. And then there are other statements I've given.
About Shamshid Krasniqi.
I don't know, I don't remember this one. However, there are many occasions where I've mentioned. So, Jamshid Krasniqi, Piotr Shala, and Sabit Gessi as having participated in the case of my father and his mistreatment. But the others were present there, Yakub Krasniqi, Fatmir Limay, but they did not participate in the mistreatment. And this is what I heard from my father.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Defense counsel, your question on page 3 of the provisional transcript, line 13 and 14 and 15, is if the witness can confirm that the investigator from the ICTY questioned him and took a statement from him about Jamshid Krasniqi. What I understood that this statement was about is, if you go to SPOE 000476606, which is the, no, we don't have to upload it, which is the first page of the statement, that is said, I'm going to tell you about incidents that I am aware about concerning my father's kidnapping on, and then a certain date, and about events that happened before that. I think that the statement was taken about this, and this includes this person. That is what I understood.
We fully agree with you, Your Honors, but the answer of the witness is that, if you allow me a moment, I will quote it, the answer that led to that specific question. I refer to page 3, line 2 and 3. This happened when I was asked the question about Jamshid Krasniqi. So it's up to us to look at the dates and the times and the explanation.
Very well, but I think that it was important to put on record the start of this statement. However, please proceed, the defense counsel.
Your Honor, I'm moving away from this document.
Madam Court Officer, could you pull the document down?
Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, earlier before the break at page 108, lines 11 and 12, you told us that there were cases when we would bring my father to speak to those organizations. We were talking about investigations at that time. Do you confirm? Do you confirm this?
Yes. There were occasions when I was asked only about Jamshid Krasniqi, other cases when I was asked only about Sabit Getsi. We were constantly seeking justice. Sometimes we were in prison, other times they came and interviewed me in my house. Now, I cannot remember details, but I answered their questions.
Yes, Mr. Witness. Did you personally attend some of the interviews of your father?
No.
Did you discuss with your father the content of his interviews or statements?
No, he didn't tell us about it.
Know if your father kept records of his statements or interviews?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are done with our questions and cross-examination.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. We have not that much time left. However, I am allowed to still proceed a little bit, so I will turn now to the SPO to see if they want to proceed with redirect examination of the witness, and if so, how long you would need.
I would like first to refer with my colleagues, and if anything, we might have 5 or 10 minutes, and we would request to be allowed to do that tomorrow morning, if possible.
It is not possible to do that today. Not. It's an open question because we have time. We have time.
1 minute.
Your Honor, how much time do we have, for how long would we be allowed to proceed?
I am looking at the clock. It would be, if you would need some time to confer and then to discuss, and we don't have that much time. I think it's better to postpone. I've seen the hesitation, and we have 2 days still to proceed with this case if necessary. So we will adjourn. And Victims' Counsel, would you be having any further questions?
As things stand, Your Honor, no.
Okay, and it's
Mrs.
too early
President,
for you to ask, so
Mrs. President, okay, but I'm a little bit astonished. We have so few time to prepare cross-examination after the end of the principal, and one evening to prepare such a...
I can tell you, I only have 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes. I have not more. So if they would take 10 minutes, Defense Counsel, then we are over the time limit I am allowed to use. So it has nothing to do with the preparation, but there's also a panel. So, but the most important thing is, if I would have another 3/4 of an hour, I think I would proceed now, but we don't have that.
But I would like to insist to say it will be wonderful for us to have an evening to prepare a cross-examination. That's what I want to say. That's just all. It's not a critic. That's really the astonishing thing, and I'm astonished, and I want to focus on this. Thank you.
Defense Counsel, please explain your astonishment, because I don't think I am understanding your astonishment. So I give you the floor to explain what your astonishment is.
Oh, the things are, and I consider it's normal, that we have to cross-examination directly after the end of the principal. The principal examine. And now we are in a situation where my dear colleagues have a whole evening to prepare it. And I say I'm a little bit astonished that they are not able to make what we are waiting, and it's normal from us. Things are really very, I have the feeling it's not very equitable for us. Yeah.
Defense Counsel, are you done? Because then I will try to reply to you. The consideration of the panel not to proceed now is that the Specialist Prosecutor's Office has indicated that it could be 5 or 10 minutes. They also indicated that they wanted to confer some minutes. And then I saw that we would be going over the time I have been given by CMU to proceed with this case. So, and that is a kind of golden rule that we proceed. So that has nothing to do with giving the specialist prosecutor's office more opportunities than we would give to the defense, but that we have some organizational and logistic framework within we have to work. So that is the explanation for how we are proceeding, and not that the reasons that you are suggesting that are on board too. So we have logistic constraints that make us take this decision. And yeah, no, Defense Counsel. And then I have one more question in this respect. I did not hear you ask the panel to be granted more time. And there's also not been a denial from this panel to not grant you time.
Of course, we didn't. That's
Okay.
sure. That's sure. That's sure. We make it. As usually, we are obliged to make it. And that's normal. I consider it's normal. That's why I was a little bit astonished. It's so simple to say yes or not, even if you have only 5 minutes. That's why.
No, but that's not. No, that's not. Well, my question was: were you? Did you ask the panel in a certain moment for more time, and did we not give it to you? And I can answer that question. You have never asked us for more time, and so the question never came up. So I don't see, because you are implying kind of a certain disbalance in approach, and at least I want to share with you that I have not been in the possibility to grant you more time because there was not a request of that.
Mrs. President, I appreciate really a lot your statement, really a lot. I will think about, but indeed, we never ask something for additional time or something like that. That's sure. We fully agree with you. Yeah.
No, because I want to be clear on this, because I felt a small, that's our redaction orders, I felt a small undertone, and I want to be clear that we are here for both parties and for Victims' Counsel, and we want to give everybody the possibility to bring the case forward in the way they chose to do so, within the framework of a fair and efficient proceedings. So you can, at any time, approach this panel to ask for time, and we will then decide on it as a panel to see if that can be granted. So let that be clear, and let also be clear that what we decided on today was for what I already said. I think it's now the third time that it was for logistic reasons, and I'm even now over it. So, okay.
Yeah. Don, my reflection was not to the panel, but to my dear colleagues,
Okay.
Of course.
It's clear. It's clear now. We are in public session. I will ask Madame Court-Usher to usher Mr. Witness out. We will see you again tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts of today. I remind you not to discuss the testimony you have been given today in court with anybody, and I hope you will get some rest.
Thank you, same to you.
It has been Again, a long day in court. I thank everybody present for their assistance and cooperation in every aspect. And I want to say thank you to the security and to our interpreters and also our stenographer. We have been working hard today. So, thank you. The hearing is adjourned tomorrow, 9:30.
All rise.